sticks, 86, hit the switch, we taking flight. Real world flows, checklist tight, cockpit glowing through the night. General aviation, props to the heavies, yeah, he flies it all legit. 10K up, boom, boom, room, chat already getting Leo sticks, 86, hit the switch, we taking flight. Real world flows, checklist tight, cockpit glowing through the night. General aviation, props to the heavies, yeah, he flies it all legit. 10K up, boom, boom, room, chat already getting Pushback on the ramp, yeah, the stream's about to roll. Flows like a pilot, but the rhythm got that soul. GA pistons humming, feel the throttle when it kicks. Then he jumps into the air, but call him Leo sticks. Biz jet sleek, 737 on the climb. Checklist reading clean, every switch is on time. IFR mind with a V and far swagger, but the landing's on deck. He don't bounce, never stagger. Yeah, Leo sticks, 86, hit the switch, we taking flight. Real world flows, checklist tight, cockpit glowing through the night. General aviation, props to the heavies, yeah, he flies it all legit. 10K up, boom, boom, room, chat already getting Leo sticks, 86, hit the switch, we taking flight. Real world flows, checklist tight, cockpit glowing through the night. General aviation, props to the heavies, yeah, he flies it all legit. 10K up, boom, boom, room, chat already getting green light in the chat, steady sipping on a yak. Trying to keep it level, but he almost spilled it in his lap. Laughing as we cross check out to meter looking right. Rock say sticks, that boom boom room hitting different tonight. Captain Will rolling in, always dropping that support. OG in the tower, giving love from every port. Community strong like a crew on a long haul. Everybody locked in when Leo makes the call. Yeah, Leo sticks, 86, hit the switch, we taking flight. Real world flows, checklist tight, cockpit glowing through the night. General aviation, props to the heavies, yeah, he flies it all legit. 10K up, boom, boom, room, chat already getting Leo sticks, 86, hit the switch, we taking flight. Real world flows, checklist tight, cockpit glowing through the night. General aviation, props to the heavies, yeah, he flies it all legit. 10K up, boom, boom, room, chat already getting Peg, VF arm, Leo's dialed into the flow. Cross checking every column like it's running ATC control. FMC low decided lock, perf data tight. Flex him said he launches heavy, birds into the night. Intercept the localizer, needle split, then a line. Need a slope alive, he calls it out before the diamond shine. Windshield warning bark, but he rides it like a king. Correcting with precision, rudder inputs clean. Configure on schedule, flash notch by the book. V-ref nail, perfect, come and watch this approach cook. Touchdown stove, stable, main gear kiss with finesse. Leo's landings hit different, auto brakes handle the rest. Yeah. Flight levels climbing, vibes aligning, turbulence ain't stopping nothing. Boom, boom, room, open wide, engines roaring, bases thumping. Vibe some sim, skies lit, and the chat stay fly. Leo hits that autopilot, let the stream glide by. Yeah, Leo sticks, 86, hit the switch, we taking flight. Real world flows, checklist tight, cockpit glowing through the night. General aviation, props to the heavies, yeah, he flies it all legit. 10K up, boom, boom, room, chat already getting Leo sticks, 86, hit the switch, we taking flight. Real world flows, checklist tight, cockpit glowing through the night. General aviation, props to the heavies, yeah, he flies it all legit. 10K up, boom, boom, room, chat already getting lit.
Baggage, I'm boarding the plane. Leaving everything bad in the rearview and taking whatever remains. Whatever been good for my spirit, the rest I've been setting the blaze. Burning it down to the ground, I started refreshing the page. Till I rest in the grave, I'm making a mark and etching my name. I get it, you feeling the way, but when you try throwing your shade, we throwing grenades. Growing with pain, it helped me turn into the man I became. I'm better with age, forever the era, I cherish the phase. But some things are better left back in the days. We started a wave, then parted away. A part of me feel like it's part of the game. The parties don't hit like they used to, it's cool. We did it already, it's hard to complain. I got no agendas and plans that mean more to me nowadays. It started to sway, The way that I look at the world, I'm only in places with putting my heart on display.
Yo, what is going on, family, friends, and fellow enthusiasts? It's your boy Leo coming at you on this Friday evening in the release version of the X-Craft E-Jets family. Tonight we'll be in the E145 operating for Commute Air, a regional partner for United here out of my third home airport of Washington Dulles. We'll see service on over to Northern Kentucky. KCVG is going to be the route. And this will be round trip service coming back here to Dulles. We will have a giveaway for this aircraft tonight. As always, don't ask me when the giveaway will be. We'll run it and we'll close it out as we finish up the stream. Only one giveaway tonight, and it's going to be for this aircraft pack. Must be obviously an X-Plane flyer or willing to get X-Plane or whatever have you. You'll need to have set up an xplane.org store account, as most of you who fly X-Plane already has. And if you don't fly X-Plane, you're looking to get X-Plane, well, you're the winner. We'll help you get that set up. So yeah, good to see each and every one of you tonight. Citizen is in the house. 07, salute to you, my friend. Mr. Greg Hill, good to have you, bro. Super Mustang is in the house. Wins the giveaway. D-Champ is in the house. What's going on, D-Champ? Captain Will is in the house. Believe Captain Will is tagging along with us. My man, Rock City, is in the house. Big up, big up. And we got Spawn and Salmon checking in. What's going on, Spawn and Salmon? And we also got Aviation Geek. Big ups to your Aviation Geek. Good to see all of you boys. Check in when you step in. Don't be rude. Good to see each and every one of you tonight. So yeah, let's see. We haven't flown the aircraft since we did the pre-release stream on it. So we'll be looking at seeing if some of these things were fixed. I've been emailing the developer back and forth, so I know that some of these things are fixed. So we'll see how she operates tonight. We are logged on as on VATSIM under Commute Air, and that call sign is going to be 1286 is what we'll rock there and back. Other NOTAMs for you. We are also going to be showcasing another new program that recently came out for X-Plane called RealOps, which gives us GSX Pro-like ground handling for X-Plane. It's been a long time coming. It's something that X-Plane has lacked for so many years. Some decent ground handling. I do think it needs a little work. However, the fact that it's implemented and it's here, I think is a benefit in itself. So we'll be showcasing that as well as we get started tonight. Okay, yeah, we got that up. All right, so we'll get the tunes down. We'll jump inside the aircraft, and we'll get everything powered on. We'll get the tunes down, and as we hear the roar of the GPU here, and let me get my Track AR headset thingamabob going, and let's have some fun. It's Friday. I'll have to get me a cold one upstairs in the fridge. We'll get that once we get up and at them. All right, so we got GPU connected, passenger door, service door, ground objects are all connected. Let me see, weight and balance. We're going to request our load sheet from SimBrief, and we'll do a quick just to throw our weights and stuff here. Takeoff first, we'll come back to that. Settings, that's all still set. All right, looking at the checklist, circuit breakers all checked, radars are off, gear lever is in the down position, gust lock is in the lock position. Spoilers are closed or retracted. We'll get the armrests out of the way, and flaps should be up. All right, yep, good to go. We'll jump over here. All right, so battery, avionics 1 on. All right, let's run through this. Let's get the sounds down. All right, we'll go avionics 1. GPU, we're going GPU.
Okay.
Nav lights can come through to on. It's all good. APU, that's fine. We'll get windshield heats on. Hydraulic pumps to auto. We'll get the rest of this stuff here on. And we'll get the no smoking sign on as well.
Okay.
Let's see, are we on, what's the name? Alright, let me pull up my flight plan here on Navigraph. What's up with my screens? Let's see, what am I forgetting? Alright, battery auto, avionics master 1 on, MFD, electric page, 19, shade bus, auto, pumps. What's going on with my screens? Did I forget something? I feel like I'm forgetting something, gents. Yeah, so that's GPU on.
Okay.
So these should be pushed in, but these lights aren't changing. What am I forgetting here? What am I forgetting here today, gents? Let's pull up the APU. Yeah, I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I also feel like you get your screens once you're on power. Yeah, that's good. That's an override. Yeah, I'm bringing up the APU now, spawning to give it a shot. But we're on ground power, so we should have still gotten our what's the name here? I had the aircraft. I probably should have restarted the sim, but I had the aircraft powered on earlier, just fine off of GPU. All right, APU is up. Screens are coming to life. So I wonder if there was something going on with my GPU not being connected. Because now we've got APU power. At least we should have. I may need to just restart the sim here Yeah, I was on GPU power, Greg. We've got GPU connected. But now both of my avionics aren't, should be able to get all of the avionics on. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right, we're golden. Like I said, it's been a minute. All right. Let me download my flight plan here. Totally pilot error. Let me go SimBrief downloader. And let me throw my flight plan into the download. All right, good to go there. All right, gents. So I think we're all loaded. Let's see. Weights and balances. Yeah, we're all loaded up. We'll come back to that takeoff perf. And let me take a look at our flight plan here. All right, we're going down or over at flight level 340. We've got a block fuel of 6,100 pounds, which we do have on board. Departing runway 30 on the Randy 4 auto transition. Coming in on the Gavin 8 arrival into 18 left. Alright, cool. 6236 is our squawk code. No ATC right now. So let me get get that put in. 6236 is our squawk. We got that into standby. We're good there. Alright, let's come down here to the business end. We'll go pause in it. We'll load our GPS position over to flight plan. We're going to load flight plan here. We're looking for IAD.
American 1065 on the road to Fisher, runway 19, detailing final, approximately 3 miles from touchdown.
To CVG. We'll activate it. We'll jump over to departure here. It's saying that we are going to depart on 30. But let me just check that out here. So we can actually winds are 160 at 5. We could actually do 19er. We could actually do 19er. Let me see what the real world's doing right now. Departing 30, landing 19er left. Alright, we'll keep what we got. So yeah, runway 30, we're departing on the auto transition. We'll activate it. Then we go over to our arrival. We already got our start in there, so we'll need to select our approach. Let's see what we're gonna do as far as our approach. I know we had some issues with the ILS in this airplane initially, so we're gonna shoot an ILS here into northern Kentucky and see if all of that jazz is fixed out. Alright, so we'll go here, we'll do the ILS for runway 18 left, and that's going to be our transition here. And our arrival, we'll activate that. We're good to go there. Let's jump over to perf, step through our perf pages here. That's all good and all automatic. We're cruising at flight level 340.
American 1065 vacated from the runway.
And we've got fuel on board. Confirm that. We'll jump over to our takeoff page. Runway's dry, we're good. We'll do flaps 9. We'll confirm the init. Alright, we're going to ignore those FMC speeds because they're often wrong, even in the real world aircraft. So let's plan it up from here. We're doing runway 30, conditions dry. 160 at 5 is our winds. Temperature is 9 degrees. And QNH is 3007. We'll pop that in. Good there. Takeoff weight is fine. Flaps 9. We'll compute that. 123, 123, 134. Now I forget how to get that on the what's the name here. Alright, 123 rotating at 123. V2 is going to be, what did we say, 134? Yep, 134 and 165. Alright. Alright, we're all set there. So alright, since we got the airplane up and ready, let's go ahead and take an initial look at our other program here, which is going to be if I can get this daggone camera to act right. Alright, so the other program, like I said, we're going to take a look at RealOps. So RealOps is a plugin that simulates ground loading and stuff like that. It works and changes the weights of the aircraft only for the Zebo and the level up right now. But you still have the animations and stuff for everything else, and they're steadily adding stuff. to this. So let me just get some weights here. Now I do have it set to change my weights, so we'll see if it actually does on my profile. All right, so 2,000 pounds. Or you know what? Hold on. You do actually have. It's the wrong page anyway. SimBrief integration as well. Where is it at? RealOps start stop. That's the one I'm looking for. That was the profile. All right, so we're launching the plugin here. Yo, what's going on, Robin? Welcome aboard. Glad to have you.
Disconnect ground power.
The mouse flyer has arrived. Haha, big up, sir.
Mouse flyer is in the building. Good to have you, bro. Coming in with another 27 months of ground crew subscription. All right, so let's load it from SimBrief and see what happened. All right, let's compare that. Yes, we do have 36 passengers. It did not pull in my cargo, which we'll put in 2,000 here. And fuel, it says 0 because it senses fuel on the aircraft. So we're just gonna type in what we're doing, 6,200. Stairs, connection 2, we have none. No forward cargo. And we're gonna worry about, I don't know whether we'll get catering on this one. Laboratory service, no. We'll do refueling, low cargo, and boarding. And then you just hit start service. Stairs not available as connection for this preset. Okay, yeah, you're right. Not supposed to be on built-in stairs. All right, start service. All right, so you'll see some things happening. Trucks will pull up. The loader will pull up. In a minute, the passengers will start coming out. And then we will start seeing them board the airplane like we have wanted to do for so long in X-Plane. All of these years. And we're just now getting a plug-in for that. Yo, what's up, Geek? What you eating, bro? Still sitting here eating some food? Oh, you know what, Geek? I still didn't check that. I'll get that turned on. Oh no, something's working. It gave you the reply, but I'll double check that when we get up in the air. There's a fuel truck over there to my right. Let's see if we can slide over. So see, it was quick because we already had the amount of fuel in there. So they just came and hit us with a quick top up. But if we actually took on fuel, it would sit there and load fuel onto the aircraft. Here comes some bags. And passengers will be coming shortly here. Alright, so while we wait on them, we'll come up top. And let's see, TO1, what we say the temperature was? 9 degrees. So what we're doing is just going to set our takeoff data up here. So TO1, reference temp is going to be 9, so we'll set that. Anti-ice is off. It should be blue. I don't know why that's blue, not blue. It should be blue. Alright, let's see what our little plugin is doing here. Oh, I forgot to click ready for boarding. So as you progress through your boarding stuff, see refueling's done. Forward cargo we had none, so that's considered done. And then they're loading aft cargo now. Boarding is coming. There's a little button, boarding has started. So we can now watch as the bus from the main terminal brings passengers over. Saw advertisement introducing Skyward Simulation 680. Yeah, I saw that too. I didn't peer too much into it, but from the image that I saw of the aircraft, it looks pretty good. Yeah, it definitely looks pretty good. Alright, so we're only taking 36 passengers, so it won't be long at all until these guys hop off of the MoBo lounge, as they used to call them at Dulles. And that's the last of them, and in a second here we are experiencing a couple of delays, but in the second here that should go green and let us know that all of our services has been completed, and then we'll be good to we're already on APU power, so we'll be good to alright, there we go, we're all loaded up. We'll get that out of the way. Where is this thing? Let me disable this. Alright, anything left to do? We got a couple last little minute little icon things to do. Top altitude departing out of Dulles is going to be 3,000, so we'll set 3,000 is already set. We've got 240 bug, and let's do our runway heading as well, which is going to be 301. Alright, runway heading is set. We're all good there. I think we're all good, gents. Let's come down to the ground services page. We're on APU power. We'll get rid of the GPU. We'll close the forward service. Exit. Aft cargo can be closed. And we'll get everything else removed here. Let's see. Let's run through our checklist here. Alright, parking brake, emergency lights in auto, batteries auto, nav lights on, hydraulic pumps off, system page check, nav radios, we'll get CTAG. How the hell is there no CTAG frequency found for Dulles? Oh, 134425. Alright, so let's get on CTAF 134.425. Alright, good there. Alright, gents, it looks like we are good to go. Alright, let's get it. So we'll be pushing back from here and we'll call it nose right. Let's call up and we'll have to go all the way across F ramp. Alright, so better push back here. We'll back out here to Z. Nose to the right. Like so.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Beacon light can come on. Seatbelt signs on. And it looks like we are good to go. I think I got that aircon system set right. Alright, here comes our tug. And let's see where we at. Dulles traffic, commute air.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed.
Pushing back
Ready
from
to connect.
stand Alpha 2 Bravo. Onto Charlie, we'll call out taxi, expecting runway 30 for departure. Dulles traffic.
Winching strap and adapter in position. Release parking brake when ready to start pushback.
Parking brake's been released. He's pulled us in.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Dulles traffic, Delta 922 pushing back from stand Bravo 50. We face west, Dulles.
There we go. Alright, so we'll get out of the ramp area before we initiate start here. Get those engines windmilling. Alright, let's see. I think we got this overhead configured correctly. Alright, let's roll on engine number 2. Put it to run for a second here. APU gen overload. Good number 2, we'll roll on number 1.
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Alright, 2 good engines. We'll close you out.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
The view's coming down. We'll trim up to 9 degrees. And we're looking for APU to be under 5% before we turn the switch off. Alright, there we go. Overhead is set. That's all good. We'll come down, we'll go flaps 9. Alright, flaps 9 sets. We'll keep the gust lock until we get out to the runway there. Let me just run through the rest of our checklist here. TARA, it's good. Pressurization automatic, it's good. Still light off. Close speeds open, thrust levels idle. TARA. After start checklist, hydraulic pumps auto. APU bleeds closed, engine bleeds open, cross bleeds auto, packs on, sterile light. We'll get the sterile light now. Takeoff data set, verify. Alright, so now it's blue now that we started up. So we're good. Decash check, pitch trim up 7 to 8. That's good. APU is off. Shed bus should be in auto. It is in auto. And rudder free and clear. We'll just double check that now. That is good. And I gotta set up this new tiller that I got too. Windshield heat 1 and 2 is already on. Alright, one sec guys. Let me jump into my
and Dallas traffic, Delta 922, taxi runway 30 via
oh, it is,
Charlie Zulu
Yankee
left, Dallas traffic.
Let me see, I don't know why it's not animated. Oh, it's working though, okay. Alright, we're good. And Dallas traffic, commuter air 1286 will be taxiing the runway 30 via Charlie Juliet Foxtrot, Zulu. Dulles traffic. Hey, buddy. What's up, dog? You just got here? How you? Take that off. My little FO just got here. He just came from grandma's house. Take that off. What's up with you? He's my favorite. Don't tell my other children. What did Nana put on you? Go take your shoes off. Alright, let's get it, gents. Let's go taxi light on and brakes are released. Why is my, wait a minute, now we got an issue here. Why is my thing, my throttles aren't, I'm using some new throttles, but my throttles aren't going back down to idle. I just checked this earlier. Stand by, gents. Oh, shouldn't activate. That's weird. We'll have to check that out. Alright, we got a taxi to the other side, so it'll be a little second for us. Alright, next right is going to be us at Foxtrot. Once we get over here, I'll double check my curves. I just set this thing up earlier with my throttles and it was good. I just need to double check them.
And Dulles traffic, Delta 922, be lining up on runway 30, Dulles.
Yo, Captain DMV, what's up, brother? Welcome, welcome.
Dallas traffic, Delta 922 taking off runway 30.
There's Will there rolling, I believe. Or is that a car? Nope, that's Will. Look at Will rotate. Look at that.
Dallas traffic, Delta 922, we're clear runway 30. We're on Romney for departure. Last call, Dallas.
Alright, so we'll buckle left here on Zulu. What this live traffic is doing. We'll cut over and around them. So yeah, we did away with Traffic Global, at least for right now, and trying out also this new live traffic plugin that pulls live flights in from okay, that was actually a player that just messaged me. Says it got problems with the aircraft. Turn your first right and proceed. Taxi. That's United 924. Step back over. We could have did a little intersection departure from right there, but we'll take full length. Alright, lining up, we'll go ahead and how do I get my daggone yoke back on? Oh, there we go. We'll set the parking brake here for a second. And we will get the gust lock off. Takes upwards of 10 seconds for that process to happen. There it is. Alright, gust lock off, flight controls, free and correct. We're good there. Exterior lights, we'll get those set here in a second. Forgot your new name is Shea Butter. We're gonna see if we can get some Shea Butters on this thing tonight. Alright, strobes, wing lights, seatbelt signs, landing lights can all go on. That's all fine and dandy. Flaps are flapping. And we are good to go. Dallas traffic, commuter air 1286 lining up on runway 30 for departure to the west on Rinaldi 4, Dallas. Alright, gents. Alright, Toga's in chat if you got him. Let's get it, guys. Alright, hit our Toga switch. That's going to give us roll and takeoff. And we'll go nav. Alright, let's get it.
Trim, no takeoff. Trim.
My trim out of whack.
Trim, no takeoff. Trim. Trim, no takeoff. Trim. Trim, no takeoff. Trim.
Alright, we got it to 8. We had it at 9 at first. Alright, V1 and rotate. Rate gear up. Nice. Dallas traffic, commuter air 1286, clear of runway 30, departing to the west on the Rinaldi 4, final call, Dallas. Autopilot, and we'll do flight level change, and we'll clear ourselves on up to an initial 15. Alright, looking good on the climb out. where the boom boom comes, we go. Yo, Will, you up? After takeoff checklist, landing gear is up, flaps up, thrust rating is in climb, ECAS is checked, pressurization's good, packs are good, ice detection will go auto. That is good in auto. Exterior lights, nose and taxi off. And that is good as well after takeoff checks complete. Coming up on 10,000. Landing lights can come off as well as wing lights. Stereo light also comes off. And we will bug for $250. And 10,000 foot checklist, stereo light, attendant call. We're good there. Alright, looking good on the climb, gents. We'll get some tunes on here. Yeah, Aviation Geek. Here you go with your singings, bro. Hanging out like hair in the biscuit. I'm gonna go grab us a cold one here in a second. Let's bug on up to 3-4. I believe that's going to be our final. Let me just double check that. Yeah, 3-4 is our final. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So once we transition, I'll step up and grab my drink. Alright, coming up on transition altitude. We'll go over to standard on both sides. And we are on our way over to northern Kentucky. All right, right back, gents. Let me go and grab something to drink right. Well, grab me a cold one. All right, right back. my daggone bottle open. Hey, Rock, you would like this. We got us an island beer. Got us a Caribe tonight, gents. I first had this beer when we went to St. Martin. And I think it's a pretty doggone good beer. Very select beverage stores here sells them. But I go to Total Wine and get most of my stuff. Yeah, definitely a nice one there. Yes, sir. Yeah, I love these joints, man. I ain't had them in a while. So what we'll do is we'll get out here to Northern Kentucky. We'll land once we, as soon as we're climbing out, we'll start the giveaway. Again, we're doing a giveaway for this airplane package tonight. And if you don't already have an account to the xplane.org store, go and make you one. Go and make you an account over there, because I'll need that email in order to get your giveaway processed. It's a short flight, Robin. ETE is actually at the top of your screen on the overlay. That's accurate in real world Zulu time. All right, here we go. We are at cruise. We'll let that speed build a little bit, and then we'll hit this little hot spot for our thrust rating, and we'll go over the cruise power here momentarily. Let old girl gain some speed. Appalachian Mountains. Roger that, geek. Music. Music sound like department store's greatest hits. That's a good one. When in Kentucky, get some shine. I got some upstairs actually. Brickteller 5462, welcome aboard. Such a pretty airplane. Yeah, I agree. It's a nicely done aircraft. Definitely such a pretty airplane. I agree. Just look at the rainbowing on the window textures. I love that. That's probably one of my favorite textures on this airplane. I knew we stayed out there too long. All right, let's put a little bit of power. We'll go over the cruise setting here. That's gonna back us off a little bit. Let's get back down. I think 7.8 may be too much, but we'll pull a little bit of power here. And let's get the speed under control here. Looks like about 7.7 is gonna be it for us. All right, looking good. And we're actually already in our arrival. Well, we got a ways to go before we need to start our descent here. Let me just go through. Go through our flight plan here. Jotar 250. We're gonna put you at 9,000. Keto at 8,000. Next, so our initial approach fix is going to be a mandatory 6,000. And we've got that. All right, so we look good. We're set up. All right, we got 132 miles until top of drop. Alright, let me get this giveaway thing set up. Again, guys, you'll need to be a subscriber of the channel and a member of my Discord to be eligible. The link to my Discord is in the description below the stream, or you can type !Discord into chat, and that'll get you the link to my Discord. You'll also need to have a xplane.org store account or create one, and obviously a copy of X-Plane 12. Let's see, we'll do keyword. Alright, so we got that set up. Geeks getting lucky in Kentucky. I bet it's at a Waffle House. You always at the damn Waffle House, bro. I can almost assure you it's at a Waffle House. Can almost assure you of that. So we'll also be, you might be right or you could be wrong. Nah, I'm probably right. I'm I'm more than most likely right on that one. But yeah, guys, so tomorrow we'll be live again at 4 p.m. with week 3 of our NASCAR schedule, where we take and fly from each track every week, or as close as we can get to each track, to the next location of that week's race. So last weekend the race was in Atlanta. So we're flying from Atlanta Speedway Airport out to COTA, which is in Austin, just south of Austin, Texas. So we'll do it in the Piaggio. Yeah, we're gonna stretch a little turboprops legs out on that one and fly it out there in style. Oh, look at that thing. Moving. The little jet that could. Oh, I gotta start this print. All right, let's do this. Let's see how long we got till we're top of the descent. 71 miles. I'll wait till the second leg. Yeah, I'll wait till the second leg to get that started. Oh, look at that. I think it will be, Robin. I think the Falcon Jet will be pretty decent. I mean, it's Contrail's first like actual dedicated aircraft, so I'm hopeful. It seems like they're taking their time on it, not Bluebird Simulations time, but it seems like they're taking their time on it. From what I've seen so far, it looks like it's going to be one for the books. I'm excited about it because it's a bigger biz jet that we can stretch our legs out on. You know, if we want to do a long haul in a biz jet. The Citation X is too, but I find it hard to make it from, you know, across the pond in that thing, unless the conditions are absolutely right. All right, we're coming up on top of drop, so I'm gonna go ahead and get things programmed here for our approach. ILS frequency is going to be 110.15. So let's get that dialed in now. And we'll do that on both sides. All right, good. We'll get the course here momentarily. Our minimum is going to be 1,089 feet. So let's see if we can get that set. Now, how do I change this? I don't know how to change it to Barrow. There is no there's no knob for it. So I guess this one only does radio. So in that case, we're already set. 200 feet is what the 1,089 equals out to. So we got 200 feet there on both sides. That's good. Let's see, our final approach course is going to be 186. So here what we're going to do real quick is sync our heading up, and we're going to swap over to heading mode, and then we're going to switch into nav mode here to adjust our course so that we don't have to fumble around with this. We're looking for 186. That's good. That's set. We'll jump back over to FMS mode and we'll put it back in nav mode. We'll jump over to the first officer side and do the same thing. We don't have to worry about it here because we're coupled to the captain's side. So we'll just swap on over to nav. We'll adjust the course to final approach course of 186. And we'll bring him back over into FMS. Alright, so we're good there. Pull a little power to get us out of that red band. Other than that, gents, we're all set. Taking a quick look at the weather in Cincinnati. Winds are reporting 190 at 8 knots, 10 statute mile viz. Temperature is clear. Temperature is 11, dew points 01. Altimeter is reporting 2994. So we'll get that program in here to get our speed. We've got 37 miles until top of descent. We're coming in on runway 18 left. Conditions dry. Winds at 190 at 8. Altimeter is 2994. We'll go with an estimated landing weight here of 41.7. We'll do flaps 45, no icing. Let's compute. All right, we'll send that over here in a moment. Trying to see if it showed me my predicted landing weight. Yeah, 38.6 is the predicted landing weight. Or no, that's current. That's what we are currently. Alright, so we'll go off of what our estimated is. So we'll send these numbers over to the PFD. And that should replace, that'll replace our takeoff speeds with our landing speed. Alright, cool. Alright, here's top of descent right here, this white diamond, just inside 25 miles. Will is already in his descent. Altitude here down to 5,000. One mile until top of drop. And we'll flight level change it. Pour some power. What's up, buddy? Alright, you gotta tell me the rider. figure out why my throttles aren't reacting to how I set them earlier. I shouldn't have to go in this gate. Problem. Adeliz, welcome aboard. What's going on? Music is crazy, yeah. I've been trying to find different stuff. It's high fidelity, Adeliz. I wouldn't say it's study level. Not everything. I really dislike the term study level in the flight simulation world, because if it was study level, most of us don't even take, you know, what it requires to learn it, all of the study levelness of it, right? You know, the thousands of pages of manuals and stuff like that. You'll never get it. So, I mean, the fact that the aircraft is high fidelity, meaning that a lot of the systems work as intended, then yeah, it is that. But study level, if we're talking about all of the circuit breakers being modeled and all of that jazz, then no. But the aircraft is modeled perfectly as far as all of the systems that you need to operate it. You know, the pressurization system, the electrical system, the hydraulic system, the fuel system. You can have all of those systems in place and work and operate perfectly how the aircraft does in the real world and still not be considered study level. So, I mean, I don't really like the term study level. In the DCS world, we use high fidelity, medium or low fidelity, or, you know, we don't use study level. And I'll add that the DCS aircraft, the fighter jets in DCS, are probably the most, if we're going to use the term study level aircraft, that I've ever happened upon. I mean, no plane in Microsoft or X-Plane has the level of in-depthness as the modules that you could buy for DCS, like the F-18 or the F-16. Those things are in depth far more than I've ever seen in any commercial flight set. Y'all know I love DCS, but there's a reason I haven't played it in a while. Is because if you take a month off of DCS, you forget stuff. You fly so many aircraft there, you forget stuff. And it is a pain to relearn it. But we're going to be back in that soon too. Shallow out our descent a little bit. We're getting a little low on the profile here. I thought I did press. DCS A6 and F111 will be cool. They've got mods for some of those older planes. I think there is an A6 mod. No, yes, there is an A6 coming out. I just thought about it. There is an A6 Intruder coming out. Shot past my daggone, what's the name again? Alright, we have transitioned to 994. Is the altimeter. So yeah, when we land, we'll take a look at my throttle configuration because like I said, I am using a new throttle and at the, or at least temporary for this plane and next plane, but at my actual physical idle stop has me at like 40% throttle. So now I'm at my idle stop here. Yeah, that's got me at 52% throttle. I actually have to lift the gates and come back into reverse a little bit, which is not technically reversing the airplane. But then, through the reverse range of this wind wing stuff, if I go too far, it actually kicks me into reverse. See, there we are in reverse now. So I've got to figure out, I had it set. I was working with it earlier today. And I had it set, I just don't know if it saved properly. So we'll have to deal with that when we land. But we are coming through 11,000 feet right now.
And Northern Kentucky traffic, Delta 922, we're on a left downwind for yard mass for 18 left.
above 9,000, below 12. Alright, so we're going to be stopping at 8,000 initially. Pull out some speed brakes to help us. Alright, below 10, we'll get the landing lights on, wing lights on as well. Hold at 8,000 until we pass the constraint. Which is going to be pretty much as we get ready to turn into the left downwind. Alright, below 10,000, we'll get rid of the tunes for now. So far, gents.
And Northern Kentucky traffic, Delta 922. We're on a 5-mile final, 1A left.
Camera is safe.
MCP altitude lowered to 2,500. It's going to be our intercept altitude. And once we turn base, we'll swap on over to nav mode. To maintain 8,000 until passing what is this? Until passing Keto. Keto is just before this turn we make. Keto is right here. So we'll maintain 8,000 until then, according to our charts. Kentucky traffic, commuter air 1286, left downwind now for the ILS runway 18 left approach. Northern Kentucky traffic. Alright, there's the airport right there. Hey, Diddy, hey, you can call Diddy all you want. You call him, he show up. You ain't got to worry about who getting paid, cause he gonna be getting paid with 30 rounds of 5.56. That's what's gonna happen. Shoot. Alright, so we'll make the turn and then we'll swap on over to nav mode. Northern Kentucky traffic, commuter air 1286, left base now for the ILS runway 18 left approach. Initial approach fix, Barry, Northern Kentucky traffic. Alright, let's swap over into nav mode. We'll go heading. CZ. And we're on the approach. Get us a nice little 45-ish degree intercept angle here, and let's see if this works out as it should. 133 is our VREF speed. We got glass slope coming on down at us. Let's see if she captures the low. All right, low capture. But we're high. So let's get some vertical speed in and try to get back on glide path. And we'll jump out first stage of flaps as well. So I cut that off a little bit. I cut that approach off a little bit. Northern Kentucky traffic, commuter air 1286. On final now, 5 mile final, ILS runway 18 left approach, Northern Kentucky. All right, so we do have the glide now. All right, gear can come on down. Second stage of flaps. Oh, I got some terrain issues here in Kentucky right underneath of us on this lake. Alright, final stage of flaps here. I gotta get my yoke locked in.
Autopilot.
Alright, I have the airplane.
Minimums.
Continue.
$100, $50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Our reverses are green. Live traffic on the runway. And we'll exit stage to the right. Not bad. I don't know if that was a butter, but it was a decent one. Northern Kentucky traffic, commuter air 1286, clear of runway 18 left. At Tango 6, we'll be taxiing over to Concourse Alpha 21 via taxiway Tango, Sierra, Tango and Sierra into the ramp. Northern Kentucky track. All right, gents, welcome to Northern Kentucky International. Landing lights off. We'll get strobe lights off as well. That's all good. We'll come up top. We'll go on you. Flaps can come up. Spoilers are stowed. Appreciate you, Greg and Geek. Yeah, I gotta check my daggone throttles once we before we do the second leg. Beautiful aeroplane this is. Yeah, it seems like they got that ILS issue fixed. So I'm happy with that. That was my biggest gripe. I was having inconsistent ILS approaches. We just were high. It was high because we cut the approach a bit. So that's no fault of the airplane. That's all me. That's all ya boy. Alright, gents. We didn't even start the APU. Roll the APU up. Parking brakes are set. We'll give that a second to come on up. All right, engines are coming down. Oh man, I got it. All right, good, good. All right, let me see if I can get some connection here. Okay, my jetways aren't working with this airport. I suppose not. Okay. So we'll go over the ground services. We'll open the passenger door. We'll get the ground objects all enabled. And let's run what you call it. Let's go ahead and deboard here. All right, gents, while that is going, let's go ahead and we'll get some tunes back on. And we shall, let me see what we got on that landing. It says Volanta. Negative 126, not bad at all. Not bad at all. All right, next leg is going to take us back to Washington Dulles. Again, this is the leg the giveaway will happen on. Here, let me just check my throttles here. Yeah, it's almost like it didn't save what I did here. Let me see. Yeah, it didn't. Okay, so let me see if I can figure this. I know it wasn't a linear. 0. $25, $50, $75, $100. 25. Yeah, see, that's still not freaking idle. It's still counting this reverse range. Oh, I know why. Hold on. Put them at idle. And let's go back into the curve. Idle is going to be 3-1. Don't know why that is, but we'll see. I think this is what I did earlier. No, that's still not at damn idle.
No takeoff. Flat. Brake.
Oh my god. Idle is from See, it changed it. So at 0.31, my throttles are technically idle, and then I have the reverse gate that is part of the axis. So I want it to be idle at 0.31. That's what I'm not understanding. And at 50 is 50, 75. See, that's what I'm not understanding. I don't get this thing. I don't get why they would put the damn reverse like embedded in the axis like this. Oh, you know what? Hold on, I think. Idle. Why does it go to 50? Oh my God, this is so frustrating. All right, we'll get back to that. Yeah, I don't know why it's counting the bottom half of this as, especially when WinWing sees those like 3 different buttons in the bottom half of that axis. I've got to research. This is my first time trying to use these things with X-Plane, so I've got to research on how to do that. All right, boarding, deboarding and all of that is complete. Let's go ahead and replan our route back on Volanta here real quick. Alright, back on over to Washington Dulles. We'll add the flight plan. We'll brief it via SimBrief. Default. Generate the flight. Log out of that sim real quick and then let's pre-file. Alright, that's pre-filed. Alright, let's turn off our transponder. And let's log back into VATSIM. And we've got our auto ATC, squawking 4012. We'll pop that in really quick. All right, 4012. We'll go new load. We'll request company load sheet. We'll view it. Load that all up. And let me redo our overlay to reflect the new flight. And let me bring this in on the Navigraph side. All right, gents, cool. This is continuing flight, Commute Air 1286, service back over to Washington Dulles. We'll be cruising over just 1,000 feet higher at flight level 350, taking a block fuel of 5,700 pounds. We'll be taking 39 souls back to Washington, D.C. tonight, looking for a zero fuel weight of 36.5. All right. Yeah, we are good there. All right, let's go ahead and plan up here for our next leg. Where is our... I don't think we gotta do that. We're already perfect plan. Alright, here we go. Alright, so we're looking for KCVG to IAD. We'll throw that in. Departure is going to be 18 left, Gipple 7. And Joda transition, activate the Mundo. Arrival, we're looking at 19er left, Gibbs 5. And let's see what transition for the approach we want to use. We'll use Forkle. Alright, 19er left, we'll shoot the ILS, Forkle transition. The Gibbs 5. And our transition for that is going to be what is that, Jarlow? Alright, cool. We'll grab our fuel. That is fine. Cruise altitude is 350. Yes, we know. Alright, that's all good. We'll confirm that initialization. Over to the takeoff page, flap 9 is fine. And let's get our performance numbers here. Off of 1.8 left. Dry. 2.0 at 7. Temperature is 10. And altimeter is 2993. Flaps 1. Let's see what our takeoff weight is going to be. 42. All right, so let's give us 123 rotating at 123, V2's 134. So we'll send that over to our primary flight display. And let's also load up all right, we'll get boarding commenced. Top altitude leaving out is going to be 5,000 feet. All right, good. We're all set up. We've got passengers and bags coming. See if there is a preset for this thing. Yeah, see, I don't get this aspect. Like, how do I make my idle where I want my idle to be? I've never understood this part of X-Plane. And when you think you're doing it right, see, my throttles are at 0.31. That's where I want my idle position to be. That's where the detent is. If I drop below that, I'm actually in the reverse detent that has several associated buttons with it. But then that just looks all weird. Or maybe I don't change it. Ah, hold on. We may have some action. We may have some live action here. Okay. Alright, I think we got it. I think we got it, gents. I think we got it. Okay, so we had to leave that second number alone. Put you back on here. Okay, and then let's do the same thing to throttle 2. 0.31 equals no percentage. Okay.
No takeoff. Flat.
Okay, so we're all right. We got it fixed. We got it fixed. And let me make sure my reverse is working. Yep, reverse is working. All right, we got it done. We got it fixed, gents. All right, let's go ahead and call the passengers. They'll be here in a second. All right, while we board, gents, I'm gonna warm me up a bowl of beef stew that I made last night. Getting hungry. All right, stand by 1 second. Right back in like 3 minutes. Oh. All right, gents. All right, looks like boarding is done. So let's go ahead and get closed up and back out. All right, all good there. Let's see, what is runway heading, departing out of 18 left? Was it 186 or something? Yeah, 186. All right, all set. We're good to go. Let's call up better pushback. And we need to push back. Really, we can push straight back. Be a short taxi for us. We'll push back on the Romeo and taxi straight ahead, make a right on Tango. All right, so we'll push straight back.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ramming up.
Alright, tunes can go bye-bye for now. We will get the beacon light through to on. And we'll get the takeoff config stuff set here in a second. Northern Kentucky traffic, Commute Air 1286. We'll be pushing back from Alpha 15 on the Romeo. We'll call our taxi. Pushing back facing north. We'll call our taxi. Expecting runway 18 left for departure. Northern Kentucky.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
It is, Robin.
Winching strap and adapter in position. Release parking brake when ready to start pushback. Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, roll on engine 2. Engine 1 coming up.
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by. Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Alright, gents, we are all set up. Now, why are we still getting a no takeoff config?
No takeoff. Flat. Brake.
What do we do for takeoff? Yeah, we're at 9. Flaps is 9. Trim is up 8.
No takeoff. Flat. Brake.
Okay, so brakes, parking brake is on. So this thing won't quite try to give me 9. It's just my flap lever. Alright, so
Cincy traffic, Delta 1469 over, firing to the ILS 18 left. Cincy.
Alright, let's arm the Alright, takeoff, roll takeoff. That gives us our flight directors. Taxi lights can come through the on. We're on Romeo. We'll take Romeo down to Sierra and cross at Tango. What is this? Northern Kentucky traffic, commuter air 1286. We'll be taxiing the runway 18 left for departure via taxiway Romeo, Sierra Tango. Northern Kentucky traffic. Get my flaps to stay in 9. Alright, so they're in 9 now.
No takeoff. Flat.
Not sure why they still not reading that they're set for takeoff. I probably need to set a curve on those as well for this, specifically for this aircraft. Again, we're using the new wind wing metal, I guess, I forget what they're called, throttle system. At least, so I haven't gotten all of that stuff set yet with the different airplanes and the different sims. First time using it in X-Plane. We built out a whole center pedestal that I'll show you guys when we jump in Airbus again.
18 left, Cincinnati.
That's why we don't have controls cam going today. Alright, let's hold short here right quick. Let's get our departure chart up. Gripple 7 is what we're doing. Northern Kentucky traffic, commuter air 1286 lining up 18 left for departure to the east on the Gripple 7, Northern Kentucky. Alright, strobes on, landing lights on. Toga's in chat if you got it. Final approach is clear and down the runway is clear as well. Once we get above 10,000 feet, we'll start the giveaway. We'll run it. And we will roll it before we hit top of descent. Alright, so expect a takeoff config warning. Again, I'm not sure why we're getting this on this one. We are at flaps 9.
Cincy traffic, Delta 1469, 6 miles, 18 left, Cincy.
Alright, let's get going. We got a guy on 6 mile final. Get it.
No takeoff. Flap.
We know our flaps is down.
No takeoff. Flap. No takeoff. Flap.
Here's 80
no
knots.
Takeoff. Flap. No takeoff. Flap. No takeoff. Flap.
Rotate. Northern Kentucky traffic, commuter air 1286 clear of 18 left, departing to the east on the Ripple 7, final call, Northern Kentucky. Nice departure out of Northern Kentucky. go ahead and clear ourselves up to final 350. Sounds like your ex. All right, coming through 8,400. Flew on a 1,000 one day, Albuquerque to Phoenix, and back. Setting of the engines in the back was loud but cool. Yeah, I flew on a CRJ from Salt Lake to Palm Springs in that position. It was pretty cool. All right, there's 10,000. We'll get the wing lights off, landing lights all off. That is fine. Nose down happened automatically to pick up some speed. Yeah, my very first flight in life was on the MD-80. DCA to Orlando. Sat on the left side, right next to the engine. All right, boom boom room can open back up. All right, let's get this giveaway started, shall we? Alright gents, giveaway has started. You will need to enter keyword exclamation XCrafts into chat. Only enter it once. You must be a subscriber of the channel and a member of my Discord. You also need to have a copy of, or not a copy, but you need to have a xplane.org store account, because I'll need your email from that account. the product will be added to your account for the price of free within 1 to 3 days according to the developer. And again, we will roll it as we get closer to Dulles. Just like that. Caps doesn't matter. It's capital X, capital C. Exclamation X crafts, gentlemen. All right, coming up on transition, we'll transition at 180 on both sides. Going back to DC. Alright, while we climb out, I need to start this this print so I can finish this project I'm working on. I'll bring you guys along with me. We got 10,000 feet to climb. So allow me to do this. Let me bring up my thing here. Then I can share my screen. And let me arrange this in which case so I can still see my climb out. Like so. Alright, let's do this. Where is it at? I need the window capture. We're going to do you. Put you up here. Like so. Alright, so I need to start this print. As you guys know, we've gotten into 3D printing. So I've been printing this. This is the Orion capsule from the SLS. Hold on, where is it? Oh, online model. So this is what we print, the Orion capsule. This is the payload of the SLS rocket that will be going to the moon in a few weeks. So this is what we've been printing. We've got the whole thing pretty much done. I've got to print these solar panels. So that's what we're going to start now. Everything else is done and completed. Change a few settings here. We got, I think we're gonna do them in, do I got gray in there? I think that's gray. Hold on, stand by 1 second, gents. I'm trying to figure out if this is gray or silver. That's what I was going to do. I guess I could do. Let me see how this looks. Alright. Okay, the black on the solar panels look like it'll be alright. No, not that. Yeah, we'll rock with the matte black. Go with a high quality layer height. We'll keep the wall loops the same. We don't need any supports with that. Put you on 50. Alright, let's slice this up and see see how long it's gonna take us. Uh-oh, we got a little warning. Conflicts. G-code paths have been found. Layer 2. Please separate the conflicting objects. Okay. So that's because of the prime tower probably hitting this. So we'll move this somewhere like right there. That should be good. I guess that'll be good. Here, let's re-slice the plate. This is going to take us 4 hours and 51 minutes on the high quality setting. We'll be off stream by then, but alright, I'm happy with that. So we'll send it over to our printer here. We'll go A4, A3. The second pop-up, but it's sending it over to the printer now. We are at cruise altitude, by the way, now. Oh, we got some filament hanging out of there. Should cut that off here in a minute. What's up? Uh-huh. Oh yeah, those are the blue ones. Hold on, watch out. Hold on, watch out. Had to get that out of there, out of the way, so that it can clean the nozzle and do everything it needs to do. Alright, so we'll jump back to this here in a minute. It's just gonna level the bed and do all of its pre-workout stuff. Right now it's purging the old filament I had in there. Citizen says, oh nice, just finished printing the case for the Boeing throttle. Pictures, bro, pictures. Drop them in my Discord. Drop them in the let's see. Drop them in the Drop Your Prints channel of my Vertical Assembly Ops Discord. You'll see it. You scroll down a little bit. You'll see all of the flight channels, Unicom, Tower, Ground, and then right below that, you'll have some stuff that the guys then dropped in. Drop it in there, bro. All right, let's pull some power here. We'll come back to that in a second. Set speed to 7.7, and we'll come here and set cruise power, and we'll pull a little bit of power, and that should help us. There we go. Get back on speed. Alright, we'll let it finish doing its leveling stuff. We'll come back to it in a second. Oh snap, I never did turn my transponder on. Alright, 90 miles until top of drop. Toy bin. All right, here we go. She started. I think my other printer is done, yeah. Yep, that's done. So that's going to be a project we show you guys later, but this has been a monstrosity of a project. I think it's going to turn out pretty cool. Will says, how you been printing that in total? What you mean, Will? I mean, how long have I been printing? Which one? The Orion, or the Orion just took a little longer because remember I reprinted the capsule in a higher detail. But everything's done on that except the solar panels I'm printing now, so probably, I don't know, a day and a half off and on. Notorious, what's going on, Notorious? Welcome to the stream and chat, my friend. Good to see you. I'm doing well, bro. Just hanging out like hearing the biscuit, like my boy Aviation Geek would say. Running a giveaway right now for a copy of the X-Craft ERJ family and X-Plane 12. If you are a flyer of X-Plane 12, do enter the giveaway, which is pinned to the top of chat, the keyword. Got some snow in the mountains here. Alright, so our first hard constraint is going to be 11,000 at Kilmer, 250 knots. $28 miles until top of drop. So that is set in there, so we're good there. So we're going to reduce our altitude down to 11,000 to that hard constraint. We got top of drop marker right there on our PFD, or MFD rather, inside 20 miles, 25 miles. Alright, gents, we are 1.5 miles from top of drop. We'll pull some power here. And we will rock with vertical speed mode on down. Now our throttles are reacting as they should. Yep, we're in idle. All right, at our hard constraint 11,000, we'll run and roll the giveaway. Hey, Myra, come here. Alright, looking good on the descent thus far, gents. Alright, let's see what our estimated landing weight is going to be, and it looks like 39.6, so we'll put that in here, finish up our landing curve. And we'll calculate that. That's going to give us a approach speed of 131. We'll send that over to the primary flight display. So we'll have those numbers for reference. Alright, looking good so far. Coming through flight level 250 on the way down the hill here. I don't believe we have any ATC. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. And altimeter was what again? 3010. All right, coming up on transition, 18,000. All right, 3010 is set on both sides. We'll get ready to roll it here at 11,000. Start pulling some power here. We are approaching 10,000. Alright, stepping down to 9. And we'll get landing lights on. Alright gents, let's roll the giveaway. Again, make sure that you have or are willing to create a xplane.org store account. I will need the email to that account so that your product can get added. You'll also need to be a member of my Discord and obviously a subscriber of the channel. With that said, time is up for you to enter. We're going to go ahead and roll it. No way. Captain Will is the lucky winner of the X-Craft ERJ series. This fool is barely even in the X-Plane. He's got it. He's asked me to help him set it up, so I guess I'll have to help him set it up. Well, congrats, big dog. Rigged? Nah, it ain't rigged, man. It ain't rigged. Y'all know I ain't about that life. For the record, it was only 6 entries, so y'all always say rigged every single time. Every single time y'all call it rigged. What would make you think it's not rigged? If you win it. Well, we'll have more giveaways to come, man. We used to do giveaways all the time and then we kind of got out of it. But yeah, we're bringing the giveaways back to the channel in full force. Oh snap. Let's see, 7,000. We need 6,000 next. Yeah, we'll definitely, we got to figure out what our next one will be and when. Will says, I'm here. Roger that, bro. Grab something to drink. Roger that. Alright, let's pull out some brakes a little bit. Help us on the slow down. Alright, we are below 10, so let's go ahead and get the boom boom room shut down. Three, 4, 4, 2, 5. Alright, C-tab for Dulles. We'll hold 6,000 through the rest of our arrival here. And then at Forkle, we need 6,000 as well. So we'll keep this all the way through the downwind. Once we get in the downwind, we'll swap over so that we can put in our final approach course for the course setting. Going down to 220. Airport's directly in front of us. Oof, she is pretty. Washington Dulles traffic, commute air 1286. We are entering the right downwind on the 45, expecting the ILS runway 19 left. Approach, descending via the Gibbs 5 arrival. Dulles traffic. Alright, officially in the downwind. Let's get in our final approach course for the approach. We'll sync up our heading. We'll go heading mode, we'll swap over to nav. Final approach course for the approach is going to be 191. Alright, 191 set there, back over to nav. We'll jump on the first officer side, do the same thing. Nav, and then adjust the course to 191. Alright, that was United 2000, says they're going 19 center. He's making me aware of his intentions. Still going to be a conflict if we turn in now. We may be setting up for a nice parallel here. I don't have him on TCAS though, nor do I have him visual. I know that's not him way up there. Alright, we'll extend slightly past Forkle, and then we will put ourselves on a base. So I see the guy on VASIM radar, but I don't have him on. Ah, there he is. I didn't have TCAS on. let's go direct Forco now. We'll loop in behind him. We'll turn in behind him. He's going to 19 center. Dulles traffic, Commute Air 1286. We're in the right base now for the ILS runway 19er left. Approach, direct Forco, initial approach fix. Dulles traffic. We can keep the speed up for now because this is going to be a 21-mile final as we intercept. And sorry about that camera. And let's see, at Forco, once it's at 6,000, I'll bring this down to 1,500. Go heading hold and approach arm. Hopefully we get the oops, hold on, that's RNAV. We don't want RNAV. We want nav 1. We may be a little too far out to receive the signal. We'll jump back onto FMS nav here. And what we'll do is put nav on the first officers. Why did his change? Alright, we just got it. So it was showing at first. You may still be too far out. Bar. Oh, I see what I did wrong, gents. I was one digit off. Dulles traffic, commuter air 1286, 10 mile final, ILS runway 19er left, approach Dulles. Alright, we got glass slope capture. Yo, SNA Aviation, what it do, bro? Alright, get the gear down, that'll help us slow on down. 131 is what we're looking for. Alright, gents, we will be running replays on this one. Alright, flaps full, gear down.
Autopilot.
Alright, I have the airplane.
$500.
Continue.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
And reverses are green. Gentlemen, welcome back to Washington Dulles International Airport. Dulles traffic, commuter air 1286. We're clear. 19er left at Kilo 5. We'll be taxiing to stand Alpha 2 Bravo via taxiway Kilo Charlie into the ramp. Dulles. Well, correction, we're gonna do Juliet to Charlie to the ramp, Dallas. Alright, flaps can come up. APU's coming up. That was a nice little approach there, gents. Greg says, look at that, look at that. I know, that was a nice little approach, wasn't it? Appreciate you, Will. Yeah, this aircraft really does fly, like, hand fly nicely. I do love that. Oh, let's get let's turn the lights off. Alright, we'll get her shut down, close out our flight on Volanta, and we'll run a couple replays on that there beautiful landing. Mustang. I reckon this is where we come out at. Yeah, that's where we come out at. Alright, right back where we started from, gents. Alright, park brake engaged. Oh damn, I thought I started the APU. There we go. Now the APU is coming. Now the APU is coming, gents. Alright, we'll get a couple of replays of that sexiness. Let's get this APU up and running. Alright, gents. Welcome back to Washington Dulles. Let's get everything closed out. Alright, complete flight. See what we got on that landing rate. Negative 197. It looked better than it was, I guess. Still not bad. I'll take it. Alright, so we'll close this out. We'll get that out of your way. Let's go and turn our transponder off or in standby. And we can disconnect from VATSIM. That'll give us our hours there. We'll stop that and let's close everything up and let's get some replays running. We'll get all of our lights and stuff back on, just so they sync up. Alright, let's run it back. We jump into replay mode. Alright, we'll watch one from here. Fast forward it a little bit here. Alright, gents. Yusuf, welcome aboard, Yusuf. It's a little too late tonight, gentlemen, as we're headed out. Appreciate you stopping by, Yusuf. I appreciate each and every one of you for hanging out with us tonight. Again, we'll be live again tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern. You will actually be redirected from this stream to that stream, so hop on over there, set your notifications, and drop a like for the stream already. We ain't even started yet. We'll be in the Piaggio P180 tomorrow. Oh, that's money. Look at that. That's freaking money. Hold on, let's see. Let's get right up on that main gear. Let's see. Let's watch that thing kiss. Let's watch that thing kiss. Look at the suspension. Oh, that's a kiss if I ever seen one. That wasn't no goddamn negative 197. Belong to be lying. Volanta be lying. Let's check it out from here. Let's look at those bucket reversers. Yeah, gotta love the detail on this thing, man. X-Craft did a really nice job on this aircraft. Did a really nice job fixing the some of the issues that was being reported. I mean, just look at that. Just look at that. Citizen says, very nice, appreciate it, bud. Salute 07 to you as well. See you guys tomorrow. Oh man, look at that. Center line for the win-win. No. Don't put that back. Center line for the win-win here. Let's take it back. Let's get a center line honesty shot. Y'all know I like to do that, so we're gonna pause it right there. Let's jump over to the runway view. And let's take it back a little bit. All right, let's run it from here. Oh, look at that. Oh, we had a little bounce. We had a little slight bounce. That's probably what that was about. We had a little slight bounce. That's probably what the 190 was about. And let's take it back one more game. Let's take it back one more again. As we got live traffic coming in on 19 left right now. All right, gents, we'll leave you with this one. I appreciate all of you guys for hanging out tonight. Like I said, you will be redirected, so hop over to the next stream and drop a like. We'll be live on that one tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Appreciate all of you guys' support. Appreciate you for hanging out with us. Appreciate you for flying with us, and appreciate you most of all for showing love to this here channel. And so yeah, with that being said, guys, enjoy this last one. We'll catch you tomorrow. Salute.